Good morning, everybody. Today's proceedings are going to be live streamed, but with the usual 10-minute delay. Those with mobile devices may use them to report what they hear in the hearing room, but only after 10 minutes have elapsed since the event that they're reporting. They may not be used for recording or photography. Yes.
Just repeat after me.
I do solemnly,
Sincerely and truly,
declare and affirm
that the evidence I shall give
that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Take a seat, please.
Do please sit down. May I make it clear that we have a quarter of an hour break in the morning for the benefit of the transcribers, but if at any time you feel a need for a break, just say so, and we'll have a break.
Thank you.
Right. Yes, Mr. Ramble.
Please will you give us your full name?
Emily Alice Apple.
Now, I understand that you would prefer to be addressed simply as Emily during this hearing. Is that right?
That's right, yes.
Emily, before we begin, I understand that there is something that you wanted to say about the way that your evidence may come across, the way in which you may present. So you are able to say whatever you would like on that subject now.
Thank you. I just wanted to say I have a tendency to smile, I can laugh about talking about quite traumatic things, and I didn't want that to come across as not feeling the impact. That's my way of dealing with it, and to the point that mental health professionals have told me about it as well. So I kind of wanted to make that clear because that doesn't lessen the impact if I'm smiling about something. I'm also menopausal, so if I have hot flushes, I'm fine, and I have a fan. But not to take anything from my appearance of getting sort of flustered or agitated and hot, because I'm just menopausal. Thank you.
Thank you.
So sorry, we
Yes.
have a technical hitch. I'm really, really sorry. We need a couple of minutes to restart.
Oh, well, an early break.
Never mind. Well, rather than rise, we'll just sit here quietly while you get it going. I'm afraid these hitches occur.
Of course.
For the benefit of those at the back, there's a technical hitch, hence the pause. I hope you can hear everything else. All in order? No? Right.
Emily, you provide a witness statement running to 185 pages. dated the 8th of May 2025. Please could you confirm that the contents of that statement are correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, I can.
I'd like to begin, please, with just exploring your journey, and what I mean by that, how you have ended up being sat where you are today. You set out at page 5 of your statement that at a very young age, the way you put it, you were aware of injustice in the world. From a young age, you were also a carer for your sister, is that right?
That's right, yes.
And just on that topic, although you're not sure whether HN3 met your sister, he was certainly aware of your caring obligations.
Aware of her, yes.
Okay. Going back, you explain when you were as young as 11 that you began to learn about the suffragettes at school. And when you did learn about them, the way in which you have phrased it is that you felt an immediate connection and fascination with their struggle. Is that right?
That's right, yeah. There was just something about what people were and what women were prepared to do to achieve basic fundamental human rights that just resonated with me at a really, really young age. And I think because of growing up with a disabled sister, I just had that profound sense of justice and injustice and wanting to seek sort of justice in life and seeing the way that society treated my sister really sort of drilled that home to me. And I also grew up quite quickly because of, I wasn't expected to assume those caring responsibilities, but it was something I kind of did naturally. And so I grew up quite quickly, and yeah, it sort of led to, I used to go to like our local reference library and go through microfiches and do loads of research and read loads and loads of books. And yeah, just the sort of struggle and that sort of fundamental being prepared to fight for our rights and to fight for justice was really fundamentally important to me from an early age.
You've explained in your statement, for example, your reading included, for example, about the conscientious objectors during the First World War, but then your research showed that, well, there were still current struggles, and with your interest in current affairs as well, you became aware of Campaign Against the Arms Trade.
Yeah, Campaign Against Arms Trade, CND, sort of lots of different groups. Back in the days before the internet, I sent a lot of letters to different organisations asking for more information, because I think, this started from a sort of historical perspective and being interested in the history, and then kind of realising the world around me was also in need of sort of social change and justice, and that there were issues that I wanted to be involved with.
And I think you wrote to Campaign Against the Arms Trade when you were as young as 13 or 14 to find out more about the organisation.
That's right, yeah.
And today you are the media coordinator for Campaign Against the Arms Trade.
Yes, I am, yes.
Okay. In terms of reading about these subjects that you've explained, did there come a point when you were 14 that you became more active, and by that started to join demonstrations? And I think you say that the first demonstration you went on was in 1990 against the First Gulf War.
That's right, yeah. So, during the First Gulf War, I kind of really wanted to be able to go and protest. I remember talking to my mum about it, and her saying to me, I can't really stop you going, because I went on my first demo when I was 14, and she'd been on one of the big CND demos then.
I think one of the things you also said in your statement is that you wanted to make sure that you didn't want to risk being arrested before you were 18 because of the impact that might have on your mother.
Absolutely. I didn't do anything that was sort of arrestable before then. But I very much believed in the power of direct action and the people who were actually prepared to sort of push those boundaries, and that's where so much of the change and the rights that we take for granted were won was through people sort of pushing those boundaries.
Now, we're aware as time goes on, you participate increasingly in demonstrations. I just want to, we'll turn to a number of those, but just because the inquiry has heard particularly a lot of evidence about the demonstration at Welling in relation to the BNP bookshop, I think you were there during that.
Yeah.
Could you just provide us briefly with your perspective on that day, and again, how that influenced your development in activism, please?
Yeah, no, absolutely. So Welling, I just sort of went, well, because, you know, I believe in anti-fascism and opposing the BNP, but I wasn't expecting anything to happen in Welling. I was 18 or 19 at the time, and I'd only sort of been to those sort of big London marches. And right from the very beginning of the day, there was a really different atmosphere. There was sort of mounted police on a hill. It felt really tense. It felt very, very different. We walked up the road and the police blocked everyone from marching up the road. I was with an older friend who had a lot more experience, and he was just like, we need to move. So we climbed over a fence and into a park at the side. And I remember because I ripped my skirt on the fence getting into the park, and it was the last time I wore a skirt to a demo. And it was just a day of excessive police violence. I remember watching the police charge repeatedly into the crowd. And then when we were eventually able to leave, we were sort of chased down the road by riot police. And one of the things that really stands out to me is how the media represented what happened, because it was not what happened on the day. It was provoked by the police, it was exasperated by the police, and it was the first sort of really violent political situation that I'd been in that was violence from the police. And there were things like the media reported that there were protesters running through gardens, and I remember really clearly in the morning, sort of going up to the march, it was the media that were doing that. I remember people with big cameras running through people's front gardens. So it really changed both how I thought about policing on demonstrations, but also about how the media represented those protests as well.
I'd like to ask about something that you've set out in your statement. I wonder if we can put up on screen, please, Emily's statement. It's UCPI 38025. It's, if we could go to page 11 first, please. So there's a couple of things that you've set out here that I'd like to ask you about. So in paragraph 3.1, you say, as can be seen above, I'm clearly supportive of direct action that breaks the law and have been since my first political involvement. And then if we drop down to paragraph 3.2, additionally, there are several questions about my leadership of groups. At this stage of the inquiry, and given I am described as an anarchist, a label I accept in several of the reports, it should be clear that we organise through non-hierarchical principles and through consensus decision-making. I am an organiser, but I am not a leader, and this is an important ideological difference. Now, at this part of your statement, you're setting out in broad terms your philosophy, and what I wanted to ask you is, if it was suggested to you, if someone made this as a point, that, well, here is someone who is saying that they're clearly supportive of direct action that breaks the law, and they are content to be referred to as an anarchist. If somebody were to say, well, you can't be surprised that a policing response results as a result of having that philosophy.
I'm not surprised in a policing response. That's very different to being spied on and having my life intruded on. I've always taken part in actions where I know that there could be legal consequences, and I'm prepared to face those legal consequences. That's the framework that we have, and I'm prepared to justify what I do in court. That's very different to saying that undercover police should have been entitled to invade my life. And that in terms of being an anarchist, I believe in direct democracy. I believe in, the police use this in a pejorative way. They use it as a shorthand for extremists. They're not using it to describe a very wide-ranging political philosophy. In terms of my ideology, I believe essentially in direct democracy. I believe that people should have more power, that ticking a box every 4 years is not democracy in itself, that people should be able to make decisions collectively about the world and the society that we live in for the benefit of people and planet, and not in the interests of a small number of wealthy people.
Before going into details about individual undercover officers, there's just one other part of your statement I want to ask you about before we do so. I wonder if we could move, please, to page 14. It's what you have set out at paragraph 3.15. And again, it's similar to what we've just been discussing, but I just want to just go through this, and it's going to be into the next page as well. So I wonder if perhaps, thank you. So we can see here that you say, so yes, I advocate, provoke and approve of breaking the law. I'm proud that I'm a small part of a movement that has won our fundamental rights. And then you go on to say, I'm proud that as a mother, I'm prepared to take action to protect a mother I've never met who's sheltering her child from a British-made bomb. And then the next paragraph, you say this, however, whilst I have been arrested around 76 times, only a fraction of these arrests led to conviction. Time and time again, I was arrested for who I am and what my beliefs are, not because of any action I undertook. It is noticeable that all the arrests that the inquiry has directed me to are what I describe as bullshit arrests. None led to conviction, and the majority I have taken civil action against the police over. And so, in a striking number, 76 arrests, but the point that you made is that in relation to many of those, it did not result in a conviction at all.
No, the majority of my arrests have been around harassment and targeting. They've been because the police know who I am. I don't doubt that I'm annoying sometimes because I know my rights and I will argue, but it's not because of the actions that I've taken. And absolutely, I think there is a moral duty to take direct action to prevent greater crimes. We've got a country at the moment that is complicit in genocide, that has decided that international law no longer matters. And being a small part of that movement that is willing to uphold those higher principles, those principles of international law and stuff like that, is really fundamentally important to me. In terms of my arrests, they were bullshit arrests. All the ones that the inquiry have asked me about were wrongful arrests. And I've got no convictions for violence. I've got no convictions for public order offences. And if the police thought that I was this much of a threat or that I was taking illegal actions, then they should have arrested me for those actions and prosecuted me for those actions. But they never did that. They just made stuff up.
So you're aware that many undercover officers and core participants have been asked, and I will be asking you as well, questions about justification for violence, public disorder. But what you have just said is that after all of this, that you have never been convicted for an offence of violence or public disorder.
No, I haven't. And I haven't read anything in the disclosure that's actually accused me of public disorder or violence. I mean, I think the term public disorder is very problematic. It's a policing term, and it's used to encompass everything from a sit-down protest in a road to the race riots that we saw last summer. And when you've got a term that is that broad, it actually becomes quite meaningless because where do you sit within that public disorder? And the police are acting to repress any types of protests. And we have a fundamental right, not just to protest, but to disruptive protest as well. Disruptive protest is a fundamental part of our democracy. But when we label everything as public disorder, from very, very, very minor 5 people sitting in a road to race riots, then, yeah, as I say, I think it's a meaningless term.
Let's turn to the undercover officers. And the first I'm going to ask you about is HN14, Jim Boyling, undercover name Jim Sutton. So he was deployed between June 1995 to September 2000. And is it right that, as far as you're concerned, you may have come across him in RTS, but you don't have any particular recollections of this officer at all? Is that right?
No, I don't. It's possible, but I went to RTS things as a participant rather than an organiser, and yeah, I've had no disclosure about him. The only bit where Boiling seems to have touched on my life is over his meeting with HN3 at Kingston Green Fair.
Now, you'll remember the evidence of HN14 and HN3 in relation to something that happened at the Kingston Green Fair on the 3rd of June 2002. So this is where HN14 says that he's there with Rosa, he sees HN3 and he moves away so that he's not seen by that particular officer. Now, HN3, when he gave his evidence, he said he was running a disarmed DSI stall with you and the person the inquiry calling Victoria and a couple of others. Do you actually remember that? It's a long time ago, and it appears that HN14 managed to move Rosa and himself out the way.
I don't remember the actual incident. I remember the stalls we did at Kingston Green Fair, and it definitely wasn't 2002.
Can you help us with when that was?
It was probably 2000. Well, it would have been. Oh, maybe 2004 or 2005.
2000, so it was later.
It was later. But yes, it definitely wasn't 2002 because we didn't get one in 2002.
Thank you. Let's move to HN3, undercover name Jason Bishop. So we know he was deployed between 1998 and 2006. Were you able to hear his evidence?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Now, in his witness statement to the inquiry, and we needn't put it up on screen, but the reference is paragraph 218, page 76. He said this: "I was no closer to Emily Apple during my deployment than I was to any other of the activists I associated with in that period. I did not consider the impact on her of discovering I was a UCO at the time for the reasons I've already given." What was the impact on you when you first read that account by HN3 to the inquiry, that he was no closer to you than any other activist? What effect did that have on you, reading those words, please?
It made me angry. I was very close to HN3. We worked together and socialised together over a number of years. I would say he was closer to Victoria than he was to me, but we were very, very close. And it's that minimisation of impact that comes across time and time again that is utterly disgusting. I mean, I wasn't surprised to read that he didn't think about the impact on me. I would have been surprised if he said he had. But that doesn't make it any less damaging or any better, not being surprised about that. But yes, we had a very close friendship. He was part of a very small affinity group that we had, a small group of people that were going and doing actions. I trusted him. He spent time with my child, with my baby. We were really good friends.
Now, when you read that account by HN3 in his statement, you gave a number of examples to demonstrate, in fact, you were closer than he set out there. For example, you provided a photograph of the cuddly toy, the polar bear, that he gave your son, and a number of pieces of evidence you put forward to show that simply wasn't the case. Now, when he gave evidence, he said that you were friends. And this is the way he put it. He says, I kind of agree. We were friends. We were definitely involved. We were trusted. That's probably the best description. So you'll remember when he gave evidence that he accepted that there was a friendship there and referred to you and him as trusting each other. Is that a fair description from him?
Well, yes, we were good friends, and that trust for me is a fundamental part of friendships. It is part of the bond that you create with people when you go out to protests. If you think when you go to protests, especially if you're like facing police violence, you end up having actually very close, very emotional friendships with people because of what you've been through together. And that does impact. It's not the same as, oh, I've got a friend that I go to the pub with and I see every now and then. It's someone that you go through particularly intense situations with, that you bond over those situations, that you trust that if you're facing violence, that they've got your back. It's a lot more than like just being friends. That intensity of those friendships that you build up through being involved in stuff.
In terms of the impact on you, and you'll recall the way in which HN3 described it as understanding that, of course, you would feel a sense of betrayal, as anyone would, because that was his role as an undercover officer. But what's your reaction to that? That his saying that essentially sort of understanding that there would be a sense of betrayal given his role.
It's still minimising it because it's more than a sense of betrayal. It hurts. What they did to us, and with sort of Martin the corporate spy as well at CAT, it's a physical pain. They didn't just invade our lives. They didn't just try to disrupt our movements. They invaded our families' lives. I want to talk about my child, within days of his birth, having his details appear on a police intelligence report. That's more than a simple betrayal. That is so intrinsically horrible and wrong and devastating. It's not like finding out your friend's just done something that might be a bit shitty or whatever. It is so fundamental to who we are and our politics and the way we work. That's an intrinsic part of who we are, and finding out that someone isn't who, not only isn't who they say they are, but they are reporting on you, and at times like reporting exaggerations, reporting lies, misconstruing things, trying to wreck our movements. That's devastating.
Can I deal with it? It's a particular point. It's in relation to the reference to you in some of the reports to being a signatory on the disarmed DSEI bank account. I wonder, in terms of answering this question, I wonder if we can just bring up on screen. It's one of your exhibits. It's your exhibit 46. So it's at your tab A47. It's UCPI 38150. So we'll put it up on screen and you can help explain what we're looking at. So could you just explain what this is? What are we looking at on screen here, please?
So these are notes from my notebook from a disarm. I should say DICE is Defence Systems and Equipment International. It's one of the world's largest arms fair. It takes place every 2 years. Since its beginning in 1999, we've talked about it as DICE. So If I keep saying dicey, that's what it is. So this is from a note of one of our meetings when we were setting up a bank account, and it shows that HN3 and Victoria were signatories on the bank account.
So, to be clear, in terms of, although you're there as secretary, you are certainly not a signatory, but HN3 was.
HN3 was, yeah, I don't know why I'm reported as being a signatory repeatedly, because I had a bad credit rating, so I couldn't be.
Now, another of your notes, I wonder if we could please take that down, and it's your next exhibit. It's Exhibit 47, which is at UCPI 38151, please. Sir, this is at your tab A48. So these are dicey meeting minutes. The date that we've put on that is the 30th of June 2003. And just whilst we have that there, I wonder if you can just, again, assist us with what this document is. Is this something that you produced during a meeting?
Yeah, these would have been notes that I wrote, minutes that I wrote during the meeting that I'd have typed up afterwards.
Now, in terms of these notes, we can see here, if we turn over the page, so just to get an idea of HN3's involvement, we can see the top topic is van, and then it says BM box. Mm-hmm. Jason sorting out. Could you just help us with what that means, please? What's that a reference to, just so that we understand how HN3 featured in that group, please?
Yeah, so HN3 had a lot of positions of responsibility within the organising groups that I was involved in generally. This bit in particular is around, so a BM box, like a post office box, it was like a postal address where we could get mail sent to. And this shows that Bishop was the person who was sorting it out and to collect. So, he was collecting post from the BM boxes. And I think with the bank account and with this, like he said, I think in his statement, that there was some kind of expectation that he would take on similar roles to RTS, which is complete rubbish. There was, we didn't work like that. We didn't have like set roles and stuff like that. They were just the things that he volunteered to do.
But access to the bank account as signatory, access to the correspondence here.
And absolutely, and also, that shows how much he was trusted. If someone's going to be a signatory on the bank account and collect the post for an organisation, they're a very trusted person.
Let's take that down, please, and let's refer, please, now to MPS 00288877. So this is a document at your tab B27. So this is one of HM3's reports, and although the date doesn't appear there, the inquiry have dated this 21st of August 2003, entitled by HM3 General Bits and Bobs. I wonder if we can have a look at paragraph 2, because he says in his report, one of the email addresses used by the dicey organising group is disarm DSI 2003 at yahoo.co.uk. The password for the account is, we've put a privacy box over it, but in terms of what you were just saying about what HN3 had access to, is this another example demonstrating the degree to which he was trusted by the group?
Yeah, absolutely. But also it shows that the police had access to our organising email address and could just get into it. And that wasn't addressed at all in HN3's evidence of why he's reporting the password for the account and what the actual implications are of the police having the password for our email account. And, there's a couple of, I don't know if we're going to come to them, but there's a couple of other things around emails. There's a report that shows all of Victoria's most used email addresses. That includes her family and friends. That is both grossly intrusive, but also there are fundamental questions about how he got hold of that, because that's not information he could have just got from reporting. That's information from her computer, because you can see it from the way the email addresses are set out. And there's some issues around computer misuse, which unfortunately weren't put to HN3. And the same with another report that gives a list of email groups that I subscribe to. And again, that's not information that he got from talking to us. That's information that was got by other means.
Can we take that down, please? I'd like to move to another topic, and that is Fairford coaches. So 22nd of March 2003. Now, you will recall HN3's evidence that he wasn't in the country at the time when the coaches were stopped. And when he was questioned, I'm just going to read just a part of what was put to him in evidence, and I'll ask you about that. So in evidence, it was put, Emily Apple makes the point in her witness statement that the fact that you were trusted, you were within the inner circle of knowledge, the circle of trust in relation to this plan, and this type of anti-war planning shows A, the extent of your infiltration and your key role, but also the fact that you would have been privy to information about Fairford because you were trusted with this kind of information. What do you say to that? And he then said, no, the two don't follow. He was asked, why don't they follow? And then he said this, because my abstraction from the event. You remember those particular, that way he phrased it, my abstraction from the event. So essentially what he was saying was, well, yes, I may well have been a trusted member of the group. I may have been close to Emily Apple, but because I wasn't in the country at the time, I didn't know the details about Fairford coaches. And just in broad terms, could you just help us with your reaction to his evidence in relation to that, please?
That was absolute rubbish.
Well, why do you say that? Why do you say
Because we organised, so the Fairford coach that got stopped, that was the third coach that we'd organised. We organised a coach in January and we organised a coach in February, both of which were when HN3 was around. Both actions at Fairford made headline news. My partner at the time was arrested at the first Fairford action. On the second one, the gates of the base got pulled down. These were big events that were talked about, that he was around for. I've got notes of organising meetings for Dicey, next to Fairford coach organising. There is absolutely no way that he wouldn't have known about it and that we wouldn't have talked to him about it. It was a very big part of our lives, organising these protests, organising the coaches for these protests.
You just referred to your notes. I wonder if you can just bring up on screen one of your exhibits, Exhibit 5. So this is UCPI 38154. So this is your tab A7. So these are further notes from your notebook. And again, it is what you were saying about timing. Could you just help us, talk us through? We can see top of it is highlighted. What are we looking at here? What is this?
These are just my general organising and to-do notes, and I make lots of notes of things because I have ADHD, which I didn't know at the time, but I think that's one of the reasons I write a lot of stuff down so that I remember it. So this is, stuff around CAT's plans for the Dicey protests, BA's AGM, and then notes on stuff that we were doing around the Fairford coaches. I mean, the other thing to say about the Fairford coaches, I think it's on one of the other pages, that you know, I was emailing a lot of groups and contacting a lot of people and trying to mobilise people for the coaches and, you know, and for people to book tickets. So, you know, I don't believe for one second that we didn't talk to HN3 about it. But even if we hadn't, he would have been on the email lists for it. I think it's also worth noting that organising for the Fairford coach that got kidnapped started, well, at least sometime in February, because I've now found out that the coaches, that we first advertised the coaches on the 15th of February, on the day of the big anti-war march, when he was definitely still around. I was ashamed it wasn't asked what he was actually doing on February the 15th, because I can't remember, but he may well have been with us on the big anti-war march, because we were handing out dicey leaflets. So we're looking at this, we can see the date highlighted, 29th of January 2003. I wonder if we may take that down, please. I'm just going to move to your next exhibit, Exhibit 6. So this is UCPI 38160 at tab A8, please. And so, again, we can see it's anchored in a date in January. And so your point is this is not simply a single event that happens on the 22nd of March 2003. It happens before. No, but in addition to that, the whole reason the coaches, or one of the main reasons the coaches were turned around, was because of the actions at the previous Fairford demos. I mean, that is cited in the legal case as one of the crucial things for the intelligence was what happened on the coaches in January and February when Bishop was still around. And it's one of those things, like, I don't believe, as I say, for a second, that he didn't know about them, that we didn't talk to him about them. But if he is saying that he had no knowledge of them throughout the January, throughout the February, when we were going to organising meetings, in pubs, when we would have stayed in the pub and had a drink afterwards, whereas, you know, heard lots of evidence about the fact that people keep talking about things in pubs, we don't stop talking about politics because we finished the meeting. It is a remarkable failure in SDS intelligence if, for some reason, he was around for those months and didn't know that the people that he was targeting were organising the coaches that then ended up in this massive police intelligence operation and being turned around. It's not, either way, it's not credible. You know, it looks incredibly bad for the SDS and their ability to actually record anything accurate about what anyone was doing if he didn't know. But I don't believe he didn't know, because we would have talked to him about it. Could we please take that down? I want to move to another event. And so this is... Sorry, can I just say one more thing about Fairford before we do? Because I know that we was, you know, originally told that Fairford was a Tranche 4 issue, and I'm really glad that we're covering it, because I think those... And I know that's because Rod Richardson was on one of the coaches. But I think we've also got... We've got HN77, who knew about the coaches. We've got SDS report or a memo, special branch memo, that is asking if the SDS has any intelligence on the coaches and the Wombles to help with the civil action. I think there is quite a lot of evidence that the SDS need, you know, what happened with the SDS also needs to be examined in relation to Fairford, because they were the same police operating at the same time, and we know that there was awareness about it. It's beyond belief that there wasn't awareness in the SDS about it, and especially given how close HN3 was to our organising group. But there is so much that is coming up and that I'm seeing all the time that links back to Fairford. Now, just because you've mentioned HN77, undercover name Jackie Anderson, so she was deployed between October 2000 and December 2004. Now, I think you've said in relation to her that you'd spent quite a lot of time at the Radical
dairy in Stoke Newington, where she was deployed, but similar to, for example, HN14, it's not someone that you remember yourself, is that right?
I don't remember at all. No, she didn't sound at all. I mean, it doesn't sound from her reporting like she really did very much, and it doesn't sound like they could even exaggerate her reporting.
And again, of course, we're focused on what you witnessed or what you didn't witness. And one of the things I think you say is that, as far as you're concerned, she didn't turn up to any of the dicey meetings. Is that correct?
No, I think there's one that's discussing a street party in 2005 that I think I might have been at, that she was at, but I have no recollection of her whatsoever.
Now, one of the ways in which you've described her is this in your statement. You say it appears that she was spectacularly useless. Now, can you just help us with why have you described her in that way? So this is an undercover officer that we know spent some time in the Radical Dairy in Stoke Newington. You have no recollection of her. She didn't turn up to, as far as you're aware, any of the dicey meetings. Well, why have you described her in that sort of way in your statement? Can you help us with that, please?
Just from the reporting that I've seen, that hasn't had any substance whatsoever. Other people don't seem to have much of a memory of her whatsoever. She apparently gave lots of people massages, which I'm so glad that I didn't remember her and didn't have a massage from her, because that is utterly gross and disgusting. And also, I mean, this is subsequent to me writing my statement, but having read some of the manager's statements, it seems to be quite a universally shared opinion. She was, because according to those, she was supposed to take over from HM3. And in one of the documents I got, it said that as well, that she was supposed to take over from HM3, but she didn't make any effort to infiltrate our groups or come to any meetings. She seemed to be there for the social side and not doing much else.
You mentioned that you'd spoken to others and that they had mentioned that she had been giving massages to people.
Yeah.
Are you able to say whether you've had any conversations with any of those people since it was revealed that she was an undercover officer, in terms of, well, what effect did that have on them, if you're able to
I
help us
haven't
with
spoken to anyone who actually got a massage from her, but I think it would be really good if there is anyone who could write an impact statement on that, because I think that is a huge violation.
I was going to move to the Grosvenor house arrest. So this is the Farnborough Air Show dinner on the 20th of July 2004. Could you provide us with a little context to this? And so in terms of this particular dinner, it's a regular meeting, isn't it, this dinner?
Yeah, so there's different ones. So with Farnborough Air Show, they have, all the big arms fairs, they have a dinner, and they're very significant events because they're often the places where the sort of networking is done with senior politicians. It's where the deals are made, where the lobbying's done. There's a huge revolving door between arms companies and senior politicians. There's a huge political influence from the arms trade onto government. BAE Systems had more meetings in the last few years with senior government ministers than any other private company. So there's a huge revolving door and political influence between the arms trade and senior politicians, and these dinners are the places where a lot of these things come together and that influence happens. So they're always sort of like very swanky black tie dinners where top level arms dealers get to mix with top level politicians. Again,
as far as context is concerned, you've provided, in fact, it's a CrimInt report. So this is a criminal intelligence report, not an SDS report, but it's regarding a protest at Grosvenor House 2 years before the event I'm going to ask you about this. I wonder if we could perhaps put that on screen. It is so your tab A24, and it's UCPI 38128. Thank you. So we can see this is, as I said, not an SDS report, but we can see that from 2002, so we can see the date there, 23rd of July 2002, at the Grosvenor House Hotel, London, a demonstration took place by the Campaign Against the Arms Trade. The Farnborough Air Show were holding their annual dinner at the hotel. In attendance were the US and Israeli ambassadors, numerous foreign dignitaries, and the British Foreign Secretary, Mr. Jack Straw. Outside the hotel, at the entrance to the Grand Room in Park Lane, approximately 10 protesters were in place. Just pausing there, in terms of these protests, we have a specific number, we have an approximate number, there. Is that about the size of it in terms of these demonstrations? We hear about demonstrations, protests, important to bear in mind the number of people. Is that typical of such a protest?
Yeah, I mean they varied. So some of the dicey ones would have been larger, maybe like a couple of hundred people. The Farnborough ones tended to be smaller and, sort of 10, 20 people, sort of maximum.
Okay. So if we continue on, 2 of them had a banner regarding UK arms sales to Israel. Another 4 handed out, and this is it. This is a reference to fake banknotes with blood money written on them. The group were continually warned about their behaviour, particularly in relation to highway obstruction offences. One of the group was Emily Apple, although previous Crimint reports and refers to your date of birth. She was arrested after numerous warnings for highway obstruction, with a Section 25 power of arrest being exercised at the scene. Apple is well known to the police here at CD, having attended numerous demonstrations and being arrested at several of them. You then goes to the address that you've provided. Having read previous Crimint reports on her, she is believed to be well known amongst human rights groups, and it is alleged that she is part of the Wombles organisation who actively take part in the May Day protests. And we can see the name of the officer that arrested you has been blacked out there. Now, in relation to this description here, as you are arrested on a number of occasions, as you demonstrate, reports such as this one here are circulating within the Met's police. And so whenever your name comes up, the police have access to, for example, these reports, and they can see what's written about you before. But in relation to this particular event, you carried out a particular stunt using fake banknotes. Is that right? Okay. Now, if we take that down, please. Let us put up, please, UCPI 38122. So this is your tab A17. It's your Exhibit 15, Emily. Now here we have an email from Disarm DSI 2003 there. And this is sent after the event. So this is sent on the 1st of December 2004. And you're saying, hi, this is the email that I sent on the 9th of July that first mentioned the dolls. So the email about the dolls is 9th of July, but you forwarded that email on the 1st of December. So, but if we go further down, is this the message that you sent?
Yes, it is, yes.
Hi, just putting together text for dinner. We'll send to this list in a minute. However, just reading their text, and they're having this presentation of a sword for contributions to Anglo-American aerospace cooperation. What would people feel about doing a spoof on this and maybe having some dolls with fake blood dripping off them and try and present them with dead baby awards as they're trying to enter? Or is this too macabre? Love, Emily, and then XX. Now, in terms of this email, is it right that you've said that HN3 would have been one of the recipients to
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he was on the London Disarm Dicey group, so he would have received that email. And essentially, all I'm setting out here is that, you know, what we wanted to do, which was a bit of street theatre, which, you know, in terms of protests, that's sort of like doing spoofs. You know, we've heard about the cardboard tanks. You know, it's sort of something that we do to sort of bring attention to something very legally.
So it's a similar type of street theatre or stunt that was referred to in that Crimint report that we were looking at from a couple of years before. Now, in terms of the date and the chronology, so this is sent by you to a number of people, including HN3 on the 9th of July. If we take that down, because I want to move to the response from HN3 to his managers and the SDS. So that was the 9th of July. Could we please turn up MPS 003 5526? So this is at your tab B47. Because you can see the other side here. So having received that on the 9th of July 2004, you can see in his intelligence report, date information obtained from source 12th of July 2004, this is what he sets out. So gala dinner for the Farnborough Air Show at the Grosvenor House Hotel. Enviro activists will demonstrate at the gala dinner for the Farnborough Air Show hosted by the Grosvenor House Hotel on Tuesday the 20th of July. They believe the guest of honour will be Lord George Robertson, who they suspect is going to be presented with a ceremonial sword at the dinner. The activists plan to make their own presentation to Lord Robertson, which will consist of a doll, possibly filled with fake blood, to represent children killed during conflicts by the arms trade. There may also be other dolls and legs and arms of dolls thrown onto the point where Lord Robertson's car pulls up. Now, just pausing there, we have seen your email referring to fake blood, and we know in due course some red, perhaps food dye was used. But just in terms of what is set out there, could you just help us with the accuracy of what is set out by HM3? Is that a fair reflection of the plan?
No, it's not. Certainly, like, filled with fake blood. I'm not quite sure how you would fill a doll with fake blood. That doesn't really make any sense whatsoever. But they you know, it was symbolic. There was, you know, as it says, there was no hostile intent. But also, we didn't intend to throw them at all. That was never discussed. You know, and partly because, you know, like with the blood money, for example, like they are like little bits of paper that you know, if you sort of throw that on the ground in front of somebody, there's no potential for anything else to happen with a little bit of paper. But throwing sort of dismembered bits of dolls, you know, would carry more of a risk, and that wasn't something that we wanted to do. It was a symbolic protest. I had, you know, my son was 7 months at the time. I had no intention of being involved in anything that was going to be illegal or that I could get arrested for. It was just about making the point of, this is the reality of the arms trade, that you're going to have this ceremonial sword, but actually the reality of the deals that are done inside these buildings leads to the death of children, of children losing their limbs, and we just wanted to make that symbolic point.
Now, obviously, it's your first communication of it in that email that we looked at just now, where you talk about presenting them with these dolls. I just want to be, as far as you remember, in terms of what you communicated after that email, particularly what HN3 would have been aware of. When, if at all, did references to throwing, when did that arise?
Well, they didn't arise that, you know, there was never any talk about throwing them. it was about a presentation thing. It was about being able to sort of go, sort of look, you know, this is the result of you know, the trade that you're dealing in. It was never about
go to the next paragraph in this same report. So we're moving to the second page. We can see, again, just following that through, once Emily had been arrested and removed from the pen, both Jason and Victoria attempted to reach her and talk to her. This was initially denied, and it looked like further disorder was likely. This was averted due to the actions of, and there's a reference to a fit officer who explained to Gold that he knew both individuals and that he would escort one of them to check on their friend. This incident was talked about later in the evening by both Jason and Emily, whilst they waited for Emily, who was in custody at West End Central. Now, in relation to this particular point, you said that on this protest, this was the first time that you've been on a protest without your child, is that right?
That's right, yeah.
And you are arrested.
Mm-hmm.
Could you just help us with the state you were in at this time, please?
Oh, well, I was worried about my child. I mean, I'd been taken off by then, but yeah, I mean, I was obviously very worried about my child. I mean, I was upset that I'd been arrested yet again for not doing anything and just being targeted. I was, obviously breastfeeding and expected at home, and I was, extremely concerned about what was happening. I think it's worth mentioning that it was initially denied, and it looked like further disorder was likely. This is the way that the police talk about disorder yet again, and can see from the video this disorder that's being described here is HN3 and Victoria talking to the police and arguing that they wanted to come and see me to make sure my child was all right. This is the disorder that is then being claimed in this report, was an undercover police officer and a very close friend of mine telling the police that they wanted to come and talk to me to check on my child. That is not disorder.
So HN3 remonstrating with the officers there, explaining that you were away from your child, for example. Now, you are in custody at this point, and you receive a note. Do you remember
That's right,
that?
yes.
We have that. You've provided it. It's your Exhibit 20. I wonder if we can put that up on screen, please. This is UCPI 38126. So this is at your tab A22. So at the time that you received this note, do you remember, again, all the questions I asked you some time ago, but do you remember being in custody and receiving this note?
Yes, I do, yes.
So we can see it's on Met Police memo notebook. Emily Apple, hiya, hope you're okay. We will be waiting outside for you. Don't worry. See you soon. Jason spoke to Privacy and they are both fine. Take care. Lots of love. Victoria, Jason. Now, at the time when you read that, how did you feel reading that at the time?
Oh, well, at the time reading it, I felt relieved because my friends and supposedly a good friend of mine had spoken to my then partner, and, just the fact that my friends were looking out for me and looking out for my child, it was a relief, and I was pleased at the time, because it can be 50-50 whether the police allow custody notes to be sent through or not. So I was pleased that they'd allowed that note to come through.
When you look up on this same document now, knowing what you know, that Jason was an undercover officer, again, what sort of impact does it have on you in terms of your memories? Because at the time, well, this was something you described taking comfort from, but then you look back on it. How does that affect you, please?
It's really devastating. It's one of the things that upsets me most is the contact that HN3 had with my baby. He was asked in evidence whether his concern for me was genuine, which I found a very strange question, to be honest. And he said it was, which I don't believe. His whole job was to appear genuine. I don't believe he had any concern for me or my child. He didn't consider the impact on me. He didn't consider the impact on my mental health. He had no other feelings about what he was doing whatsoever, but somehow his concern for my child was genuine. And it just taints so many memories. It just means reframing so many things. And to think it was an undercover officer who was making these very, very personal calls that was trying to comfort me about my child, I find deeply upsetting. I think it's absolutely horrible.
Now, I want to follow this all the way through. So we started off with your email, and we're now in a position where you're in the police station, but then you come out of the police station. Could you please describe that? So you come out of the police station, who is there waiting for you?
Well, I remember that Victoria and Jason were definitely there. And I remember HN3 being there because I'd given up smoking when I was pregnant and breastfeeding, and I was very, very stressed, and I said, please can someone give me a cigarette? And HN3 was the person who gave me a cigarette when I got out of custody, so I remember that very, very well. So yeah, he waited the entire time. I think it's just been in one of the Crimmins forward intelligence teams. They follow Victoria and HN3 from the protest to go and buy sweets and newspapers. They follow them to outside the police station, and we have a spectacular waste of money of public order cops monitoring and reporting on undercover cops.
Now, the next step is the criminal case, or the beginning of the criminal case. And I wonder if we could take this memo down, please, and move to UCPI 38127, please. So this is a document at your tab A23. Emily, this is your exhibit 21. So we've now moved to the 26th of July. A letter from your solicitor here. And we can see that in the third paragraph, it says this: you told me that you have 4 potential eyewitnesses. And in addition to Victoria and privacy, we can see the first mentioned there is Jason Bishop. And then this: please, could you provide me with their contact details as quickly as possible? Okay, so that's 26th of July. It is, we can see from that, you've already discussed with your solicitor potential witnesses, potential eyewitnesses, and Jason Bishop's name given by you. Yes?
Yeah.
Okay, now if we take that down, so that's the 26th of July, going to move forward in time to the 1st of October. And in doing so, I wonder if we can put up on screen MPS 0037085. So this is a document at your tab B52. It's, now, if we look at, this is one of HN3's intelligence reports. And I want to look at the paragraph, 3 paragraphs up from the bottom of page 1, because you can see there what is set out. Emily's committal, so committal proceedings, takes place on the 21st of September. Depending on the outcome, she will be either asking just privacy to be a witness, or, more likely, the 5 other members of the DSEI group who were also present at her arrest, and we can see those names include Victoria, but also Jason Bishop. Now, in relation to that, if we take that down, so at this particular point, this is not one of those cases where, as you've described a number of times in your statements, where you're arrested and then you're released and there's no case at all. This is we already have committal proceedings. Its report is going to be on the 21st of September. Now, if we turn to another document, MPS 0038751, so this is at your tab B53. So you can see here what is happening behind the scenes, because this is special branch request for Metropolitan Police Solicitor's Advice, and we can see the date of that, 26th of October. So request for MPS Solicitor's Advice. And then what's set out here, so I want to ask you about this, please. And as we read through it, we can see this is Michael Dell, so this is DCI Mike Dell. Okay. So on Tuesday, the 20th of July 2004, outside the Grosvenor House Hotel, Park Lane, two of a group of anti-arms trade activists protesting their displeasure at the hotel hosting the Farnborough Air Show banquet were searched by police and found in possession of several toy dolls which were drenched in red dye to represent human blood. Police confiscated the dolls and apparently told the activists, Privacy and Emily Apple, that they could have them back at the end of the evening. Both remonstrated with police, and after some pushing and shoving, both were arrested. Privacy had his dolls restored to him and was charged with a Section 4 Public Order Act offence and assault on police. He will appear at Privacy Magistrates Court, Privacy. Apple was charged with possessing articles to commit criminal damage. A plea and directions hearing has been set for the 11th of November at Southwark Crown Court. Now, just pausing there, the previous report that we'd seen from HN3, this is the committal proceedings on the 21st of September, and here we can see the case moving along with the next hearing in the Crown Court on the 11th of November. Then goes on to say, amongst the group of activists was a detective constable, a member of the Metropolitan Police Special Branch Undercover Unit, who was engaged on a long-term intelligence gathering operation against these and associated activists. That officer was not arrested. The solicitor acting for both defendants has asked the officer and other activists to make statements supporting the defendants' fabricated version of events, that the dolls were props for use in street theatre. The officer has also been told to expect to give evidence in court. Now, just pausing there, one of the points that you've made in your statement is that there was never a report by HN3 along the lines of he was being asked to provide fabricated evidence. I think that's one of the points that you made in your statement. But could you just help us with your reaction, the impact reading that paragraph had on you, please, when you first read it?
I mean, this whole section of reports, actually, I found one of the most surprising and shocking things in my disclosure, because it was one of those arrests that I just presumed was dropped because it was utter rubbish, because we didn't do anything and we just had some dolls, and there were so many inconsistencies in the way me and my friend were arrested, and it was just another example of targeting. So this whole sort of series of emails and chains, I think, went up to, I was like, can't remember, it wasn't very high up the chain. But the fabricated bit I found so deeply disturbing and upsetting. That's, we've got this situation where we've basically got senior police officers saying that I'm prepared to commit perjury, that I'm prepared to pervert the course of justice. And that's never been my attitude towards the courts. I've never lied in court. I have a very firm belief in justice. And that's been one of the drivers of my political engagement right from the beginning. And to have this claim that I was willing to fabricate my defence, when also there's such clear, even like the video evidence from the victims, is all sort of so clear that it was nothing. And, some of HN3's previous reporting also shows that, there was no hostile intent, that, yes, I disagree about sort of throwing dolls, but, he was cited into that email. And I found it sort of deeply upsetting and disturbing that is the view that HN3 and senior officers were putting on reports, because these things, have consequences. To say that I'm someone that's prepared to fabricate a defence is a really, really serious allegation, and these things are just sort of thrown in, almost in a kind of sort of non-committal kind of like oh yes, it was a fabricated defence. Like it's absolutely abhorrent.
Emily, we usually have a break about now, 11:30. Is that okay with you, Tony?
That's absolutely fine.
So I don't know whether that is convenient.
Certainly it is. If my note and recollection of HN3's evidence is correct, he denied having anything to do with the suggestion that the defence was fabricated.
He did deny it, but we don't have any of the reporting from that side. And I think the question that was asked around legal privilege, I think, yes, that was what was reflected in his statement. And he said in his statement that he was just going off the statements of Dell. But I think there's still a fundamental question of whether I think there was a follow-up question about whether he still believed it was fabricated based on what had been seen in the inquiry and what he had learnt subsequently, that I don't think was properly addressed, if I'm honest.
All I can say is that I did not come away, having heard his evidence, thinking that he had suggested that you were going to fabricate a case.
No, that's fair enough, but that suggestion has come from somewhere in the
Of course it
reporting,
has.
and we have a lot of missing reports.
There are a number of possibilities, of which that is but one. We'll break for 15 minutes. Mr. Ramble.
Emily, we were tracing events through all the way from that point where you first suggested the idea in that email. Let's turn up the next document in the chronology, which is MPS 0039592. This is your tab B55. So we're now moving to the 10th of November. So you can see from this document here that it is a letter from, well, in fact, if we perhaps turn to the second page, we can see it's from DCS Alan Mitchell. So Detective Chief Superintendent Alan Mitchell sends this to Commander Allison and then states at the last paragraph on page 2, I can instruct the undercover officer to let down his activist associates. This would involve the implementation of a once-only contingency plan, which would bring the intelligence operation to a close. DCI Dell has therefore had an initial meeting with Inspector, the names redacted, and Police Sergeant, name redacted, of the Westminster Criminal Justice Unit to discuss the possibility of discontinuing both of these cases. Authority is now sought for the Criminal Justice Unit Manager, Chief Inspector, names redacted, to approach the CPS locally to discuss the matter further. DCI Dell has expressed to me his gratitude for the assistance he has received, and he, of course, is prepared to explain himself at court if necessary. So, of course, you were describing before the break that when proceedings were discontinued, as they eventually were, your assumption was it was the nature of what happened. But in terms of, could you just help us with the impact it has on you, seeing the other side, what was going on behind the scenes as you were waiting for your court case, please?
I mean, I find it all quite incredulous, to be honest, that this went so far over something so ridiculous. And, you know, for you know, something that, you know, was like really minor anyway. I mean, I know it wasn't in terms of it went to committal, but I was, you know, this actually really shocked me in my disclosure because there was just so much time and effort and senior officers involved in discontinuing a case that should never have been brought in the first place. I should never have been arrested in the first place. And I think, you know, like even in HM3, sort of when he was giving evidence, having watched the video, talked about it being arbitrary and disproportionate. And, you know, that was very clear from what happened. So then for it to go to all these levels and have all these senior officers discussing a case that should never have been brought, claiming that I was going to fabricate a defence, I found incredibly disturbing. It really is quite unbelievable, to be honest. There are things that don't surprise me, even if I find them shocking. That I would have expected this. This wasn't something that I would have expected at all over this arrest.
In relation to what you have described, HM3's description of the events, yes, of course, he was not who he said he was. He was an undercover officer. But you, having heard his evidence of what physically happened and his description and some of his criticism of the way in which things transpired, what would you say to the suggestion that here was an undercover officer that was doing something that he was tasked to do, and that he was not trying to get you into any trouble, that he was trying to behave towards you in a decent fashion during his deployment, that here he is sent to report intelligence, and in order to do so he has to get close to the activists, but people such as yourself that he does get close to, he does not try and make your life worse, that he tries to do his job in a way that doesn't negatively impact you if he can help it. What would you say to that description of this particular officer, HN3?
I would say that is a, quite frankly, ridiculous way to look at any of the undercover deployments. They all had an impact. They all had an impact on how we were policed. When I first got to know HN3 was the time I started getting very personally targeted by the forward intelligence teams, when I started getting really closely followed every time I turned up to a demonstration, getting followed home, getting followed to the pubs. All these things have an impact. I think Wellings said in evidence about being traced leads to being more traced. I can't remember his exact wording, but that was exactly what happened. Also, that's fine, what he said in evidence, having watched the video, he would have been there at the time. He would have witnessed all of that at the time. He should have been reporting that. He should have been reporting to his managers and his cover officers, no, nothing happened. This was an arbitrary and disproportionate policing operation. Not that there was this sort of, whether or not he said it was fabricated at the time, he obviously did not say those words. He didn't report accurately what happened on the scene, else we wouldn't have this chain of correspondence going up the chain of command around dropping the case. So even by those omissions, even taking aside the direct impact of the overt policing, whether we should even have been targeted in the first place, even leaving that aside, just on this particular case, if he had reported what had happened, if he had reported what his reaction was in this room when he was giving evidence at the time, then all of this should have been unnecessary. It should have been a case of, well, obviously this case should have been dropped.
For obvious reasons, you have referred to the impacts that HN3 has had on you. But when you consider the SDS as a whole, in your own mind, to what extent do you feel it was the managers as opposed to the undercover officers, in particular in your case HN3, in relation to what has happened, in terms of where you see the fault laying, or who you sort of think about as responsible for putting you through what you've described? To what extent do you lay blame at the door of HN3 compared to, say, his managers who deployed him to spy on you?
I lay the blame at all of them. They were all involved in it, whether that's HN3's lack of reporting. I mean, if we're talking about, depends whether you're just talking about HN3. I think every single one of those SDS officers has a lot to answer for in what they reported, how they treated people, and what they did. I think their managers have a huge amount to answer for in terms of targeting, in terms of the language that they accepted, in terms of the culture that they set, in terms of the whole operation. And, you know, and it kind of feels at this point in the inquiry that it's the question for the inquiry over which lot of professional liars have got the grains of truth in here, because they're all contradicting each other. And that's not my job to work that out. But I think there is a lot of blame at management. Management need to be held accountable for what they did. They need to be held accountable for the relationships with women that they clearly should have known about. They need to be held accountable for the reporting on my child, for the false reporting on me, for the exaggerated reporting. There's been lots of suggestions that reports were embellished by cover officers or by management. I don't know what the truth is with that, but I think a lot of it will have come from the source material as well. It seems like a lot of people justifying their jobs and justifying their overtime. But I think ultimately the managers had the control to go, no, this shouldn't be happening. We're not going to turn a blind eye to this. We're going to do something about it.
When it was put to HN3, when he was giving his evidence, asked whether he could appreciate how deeply distressing this was to you. His reply was absolutely. But then he was asked this question, referring to you: do you have any regrets now about the extent of your reporting on her at this time? Mm-hmm. His reply was, I did what I was sent to do to the best of my ability. Okay? So in terms of his evidence, acknowledging the effect that it's had on you, but again saying that as far as when asked whether he had any regrets about the extent of the reporting, his response that he was sent to do, I did what I was sent to do to the best of my ability. Again, if someone were to suggest here you didn't like the undercover tactic, but in relation to this specific officer, his evidence that he did what he was sent to do to the best of his ability. What's your reaction in relation to that? Would you accept that to any degree?
No. Firstly, only following orders, as we all know, is not a defence to anything. That is not good enough. To actually have some critical thinking about what you're doing and why you're doing it, and actually maybe having the courage of some of the protesters to take a stand and go, no, this isn't right. Not to keep him filling in the overtime sheets and getting paid for it. And also, he hasn't. He's exaggerated things. He's misreported things. He's fed into this whole body of lies that has been told about me by the SDS and by other policing units. So no, I don't accept that. I don't accept that it was okay that he was told to come and infiltrate us. And, you know, like, we weren't infiltrated for what we did. We were infiltrated because of the value of the arms trade to the state. We were infiltrated because DSEI was so important to the UK government that selling arms to blow up children was more important than our democratic right to protest.
Before leaving the Grosvenor House arrest and all that's happened, I wonder if we can go to the last document which takes us to proceedings being discontinued against you. If we could go to MPS 0039615, which is your tab B57. So this is a letter dated the 15th of November 2004 from Robert Sate, Detective Chief Superintendent, acting OCU Commander of SO12 at the time, to the Director of Intelligence, DAC Yates. Now, if we have a look at the second page of this correspondence, please. There we can see, I can instruct the undercover officers to let down his activist associates. This would involve the implementation of a once-off contingency plan, which would bring the intelligence operation to a close. So wording we've seen before exactly in this correspondence. And then this, DCI Dell has therefore had an initial meeting with the Westminster CJU to discuss the possibility of discontinuing both of these cases. Authority is now sought for the CJU manager, chief inspector, to approach the CPS locally to discuss the matter further, and then the chief inspector is content that he can manage discontinuance comfortably. So it comes to a conclusion in that way. And then this reference to neither defendant is an informant of this branch.
I'd hear it.
Your comment on reading that.
Yeah. That's it.
And that is the end. So it began with your email, and this is the conclusion of it. Please will you take that down? I would like to ask you about some more of HN3's reporting.
Oh, can I just come back to one thing that I forgot to mention with the video of actually what happened? Because we can't see the video, I think it's just important to mention that, you know, something else, you know, talking about like missing reporting. You know, it's not mentioned that he grabs my rucksack, you know, when the cops are trying to pull me away. Like, he's involved in the whole situation, and that's something from all of it. Like, he was very, very involved in things. He wasn't a bystander. He was very actively involved, and I think that's important to know, you know, and that thing of, like, he was the one that you know, other people were around me, but he was the one that actually sort of grabbed hold of my rucksack and tried to prevent the police from pulling me off the stop and search.
Completely different example. I wonder if we can turn up MPS 0029123. So this is at your tab B29. It's one of HN3's reports dated the 17th of September 2003. I wonder if we can go to the third page of this document, please. So if we look at the last paragraph here, it says the whole concept of a secret logistics group, which as tradition dictates is used to organise an action never properly evolved from the Destroy DSEI group, which even went as far as having public meetings. Just pausing there, in relation to Destroy DSEI, can you just help us with what that is a reference to? Because we've seen, of course, references to Disarm DSEI. What is Destroy DSEI?
So Disarm DSEI was an umbrella organisation. It was a coalition group. So one of the things that I've always tried to do is build a wider coalition as possible within my organising, because I believe there is more that unites us than divides us, and that we're successful when we use the diversity of tactics, when we get as many people involved as possible. So Disarmed IC was, this sort of umbrella organisation that reflected lots of different groups within the left, within the peace movement, within anarchist groups. Whereas, and so what we did with DICE is we'd have different days for different things. So we'd have a day that was sort of much more sort of peace movement focused, and a day that was sort of more just sort of direct action focused, and we did that under the banner of Destroy DICE. So we had Destroy DICE as a sort of separate organising group for that day of action, as opposed to Disarm, that was this sort of coalition umbrella organisation.
And here, the HN3 goes on to say those attending the public meetings were photographed and videoed by members of the FIT team and had the desired effect of not attracting any activists of a decent calibre. Again, that reference there, so HN3 aware of the FIT teams, referring to them, but this concept of FIT teams putting people off public meetings, could you just help us with that from your perspective as an activist?
Yeah, I mean, I actually don't remember us having any public meetings for Destroy DICE, but that's beside the point. So in terms of the FIT team, so back then, every single public meeting we held, there would be at least 3 or 4 officers, sometimes more, standing outside the venue, whether that was a university room that we'd booked, whether it was an activist meeting space. They were always there. And they were always there, like, with really, I mean, it was sort of through the technology that we have then now, but with really sort of like long zoom lenses. And it was about intelligence gathering, but it was about harassment, and it was about disruption. So the very purpose and the reason why the forward intelligence teams were set up was to harass and deter people from taking part in protests. And one of the things that I'm sure we'll come on to with FitWatch is that's one of the reasons why we wanted to do something about it, because they were having a direct impact on our ability to organise, to gather, to meet. Because, yes, people don't want to come to a meeting if there's a load of cops outside. It's very intimidating going into a meeting when there's a load of cops outside, and there is no need for it. And it is about this harassment-style policing of trying to harass people away from protests, away from exercising their democratic rights, their Article 10 and 11 rights to meet, to organise, to discuss and to protest.
Something you just said about not remembering public meetings, if we just read to the rest of this particular paragraph, it says the destroyed DSEI meetings never functioned properly to any degree, and as such Emily Apple, Victoria, Jason Bishop, Privacy agreed to meet on yet another night to fulfil the role of a secret logistics group. All private meetings, which were DSEI related, were by now taking place at the Royal Festival Hall. Now, on this particular point, if someone were to say, well, isn't the undercover tactic justified here because the meetings take place in private, in secret, and the only way of obtaining intelligence about what a group such as this are likely to do next is to use the undercover tactic and to put undercover officer into that group? What would you say to those who say that the fact that there were secret and private logistics meetings that justified that tactic?
Absolutely ridiculous. We were forced to meet in secret because of the actions of the police. But we're talking about protests with DSEI and what we did when even HN3 said there was no disorder. When one of them, it was either Harrison or Wellings, talked about the worst disorder being a snake march. We're not talking about particular serious things. We're talking about our democratic right to protest and to organise. That does not need to be infiltrated. It does not need to be spied on. There's no excuses for it. And even, they do have other means of surveillance. We all know they have other means of surveillance. They, are in our phones and in our emails. If they wanted to actually gather intelligence and prosecute us for something, I would have defended what we were doing in court. But, they didn't come to that. It was just this intelligence gathering operation over protesting an arms fair. And not only that, as I said before, they were gathering this intelligence to protect the arms trade, to make sure that our protests didn't embarrass the government. It wasn't about what we were doing. It was about the embarrassment to the government and the value of the arms trade to the state.
When you read references to embarrassing the government or UK PLC and that, when you, in the context of you personally having been reported on, what impact does that have on you in terms of the justification to prevent, for example, embarrassment to UK PLC and matters of that nature?
I find it very sad. It's kind of what I know, but it's a strange experience. There's been a strange experience with a lot of disclosure of having things confirmed in black and white that I know intrinsically, and I know from my knowledge of policing and stuff like that. But how that can be a justification is just ridiculous. And it says so much about the nature of the state and who the state is protecting. And it fundamentally undermines the democracy that we have in this country and personally my desire for actually having true democracy in this country, that we can be infiltrated in that way and targeted in that way because we might cause embarrassment or we might upset a few arms dealers.
I'd like to move now to consider some personal reporting on you. And in doing so, could we please turn up MPS 0019013? So this is one of HN3's reports at your tab B17. It's a report dated the 19th of May 2003. Now, there are a couple of reports I want to ask you about on this subject. You can see the last sentence states, matters have not been helped by the joyous news that the privacy-Apple relationship will shortly bear fruit in the form of a little activist. And so we have reference there to you being pregnant. What is the impact on you reading, firstly, the fact of it being reported, but secondly, the tone in which it is put in a professional, or what should be a professional intelligence
professional
report?
stretching it. It is disgusting. There are no reasons why my pregnancy should have been reported at all, and the tone of it, it's just vile. There's just no need for it, and I know that HN3 and some of the other officers, I think as well, have tried to distance themselves from some of the language in these reports. But that's weird language for a cover officer to make up, to be honest. Like, that feels... you know, there's been some other examples throughout the course of evidence that just feels like weird embellishments if they haven't come from the original source. And it's just contemptuous. Like, it's just showing utter contempt for me. It's showing utter contempt for my pregnancy. And, yeah, it is just disgusting. And, yes, in terms of professionalism, there is zero professionalism in that comment whatsoever. And that personal level of reporting is just so unnecessary. The supposed jokes are so unnecessary. Like, even if there was a point in which you said, which obviously I do not agree with, that they were justified to be writing these reports, using that kind of language in these reports, I cannot see how that could ever be justified or ever accepted. And whoever came up with that frame of words, why wasn't that questioned? Why wasn't anyone saying, like, this is not how to submit an intelligence report?
Well, let's stick with this report. I wonder if you can just zoom back out again. It's a different subject. If you have a look at the first paragraph, it states the palpable animosity between Emily Apple and the person the inquirer calling Victoria reached a peak in the run-up to the DSEI open meeting on the 8th of May, when it became quite apparent that neither woman could bear to be in the company of the other. The exact reason for the fallout is still unclear, but it certainly involves privacy to some degree. Matters were not helped when Apple jetted off to join Privacy in Barcelona at a time when preparations for the above meeting were at their busiest. The knock-on effect of her premature departure was that the agenda and timetable for the meeting was still being formulated in the corridor some 15 minutes prior to the meeting commencing. So may I ask your reflection in terms of the accuracy of it, but also the tone and the language that is you talked about, for example, jetting off to Barcelona?
So, yeah, tone and language, absolutely abhorrent and unnecessary. In terms of the content, it's an exaggeration. Victoria was one of my best friends. I'm still close to her. People have falling outs every now and then, and I think at that time when I just discovered I was pregnant, like, we lived in a smoking house. I didn't want to be in a smoky house anymore. So there were sort of some tensions around stuff like that. But what is the intelligence purpose of reporting that anyway? It's exaggerated, it's unnecessary. And there's so many reports like this where there's exaggerated tensions or disagreements that are amplified. And I don't know whether we're going to come on to them, but with a lot of them, there's things like source comments of, like, speak to me about this, and there was a denial that there was any intention to use any of these supposed disagreements to disrupt our movements, but it seems very, very clear, both from the reports and from other testimony, that that's exactly what they were doing. They were trying to find ways of using disagreements. They wanted to divide us. They wanted to disrupt those movements. That was a fundamental part of what they were doing, was trying to disrupt our movements. And this type of language is very symptomatic of that. I'd also say, in terms of this report, it is all just ridiculous. My friends knew I was planning to go to Barcelona sometime in advance. The only reason I wasn't sure whether I was going to go into the last minute was a security guard broke my finger a few days before I was due to leave, so I wasn't sure whether I was going because I broke my finger, or the security guard broke my finger. I didn't break my finger. And again, this thing with this, the agenda and timetable for the meeting was still being formulated in the corridor. Well, it wasn't my responsibility to come up with an agenda and a timetable. We worked by consensus and in a hierarchical group. Everyone had responsibility for that. So, some of our meetings were last minute. Some of them were kind of like, oh, we need to get this meeting together because, we were very busy and that was the time that we had to get get this meeting together, but to say that was the effect of me going to Barcelona is absolutely ridiculous and it's just made up.
What if it was said that although it may look, referring to animosity between you and Victoria, it may look or come across as gossip and question the way in which it's phrased. But if it was said that, well, there is in fact a policing purpose here, that you and Victoria were significant people in Disarm DSCI, and so that if there is a falling out high up in the group or amongst those who are significant in being able to organise. In fact, that there is a policing purpose in that, because it will show the strength of the group. Is this a group that is falling apart and going to dissipate, or is it a strong group? And so what would you say to that although it comes across as gossipy, that in fact, yes, there is a policing purpose here? What would you say to that?
Well, I'd say firstly it's exaggerated, so that doesn't help any policing purpose to have exaggerated reports, because you're basing it on exaggerated intelligence and faulty intelligence. I'd also say there is absolutely a policing purpose if you're reporting on it, because you want to manipulate those friendships and you want to drive those wedges deeper, and your policing purpose is to disrupt a group. Then yes, there is absolutely a policing purpose that is absolutely abhorrent and shouldn't exist. And I think it's also worth mentioning that HN3 became very, very close to Victoria, who was younger than me. She was 19 at the time. It was 2003. So we've got a very young woman who is still a teenager who is being targeted by this undercover officer, who's then reporting on her friendships. And I think trying to, they spent a lot of time together, like trying to manipulate those friendships and manipulate that friendship, which is absolutely disgusting. But yes, there was a policing purpose in terms of why they're reporting on these things, is because they want to drive those divisions and those wedges and disrupt our organising. But it doesn't mean it's a valid policing purpose.
And so when we look at this report, I'm not asking you to provide Victoria's age, but in general terms, around about this time, 2003, would she still have been a teenager then, or early 20s?
I think so. 19 or 20. But,
All right.
I haven't got a good memory for years, for dates of birth, but she was significantly younger. Okay. And significant, I was significantly younger than HN3, so HN3 was much, much older than her.
Could we please take that report down? I just want to go to another report in relation to your child. It is MPS 0031267. And I want to ask you about how this report is structured. So this is at your tab B33. It's a report dated the 5th of January 2004. So you can see the title, Emily Apple Has Her Baby. The environmental activist Emily Apple had her baby on, the date of birth is redacted. She has named the child a boy, and we can see your child's name is provided there, and we've redacted it. Again, it's similar to the questions I was asking you earlier, but it's really about the impact on this, the specifics of the name, date of birth, and the very title of the report. Could you help us with the impact that it's had on you? And I should also add the source comment provides not only the second name, but the person who you gave that second name after.
I mean, it's awful. There is that level of attrition. I mean, this report was made within, I think it's about a week, certainly under 2 weeks of my child being born. Because I was close to HN3, like he knew that I'd have my child and what the child's name was, and I am so upset for my child that he has this record that he is named on my files because he happened to be born to me. It is deeply upsetting. It is deeply unnecessary. It is deeply intrusive.
Well, if we read the rest of the report, handler's comment, dissemination to MPSB, C-Squad and MPOIU for information only. Please refer to the originator where further dissemination is desired or where executive action is likely or anticipated. And then this, special branch references, Emily Apple and your registry file number. And then below that, your child's name and then NT for no trace. So again, you've described to us how close to your child's birth this report was provided. Again, the impact on seeing your child's name in a report such as this with NT no trace next to it. Again, the impact of that, please.
I mean, it's devastating. It really, it's quite difficult to describe. Like, you were so protective of your children. His name should not be known to the police. He should not have a special branch reference when he's a week old. It's just deeply upsetting. And again, consequences, dissemination to the MPOU. When I got subject access data from what were the domestic extremist units, this has been around 2012, 2013, when I got a printout of my domestic extremist file. On one of those files, they had my child's full name and date of birth. And at the time, I was less shocked seeing this because I'd seen that previously. Because at the time when I received that disclosure, that really floored me because I thought, it was before any of the... It was slightly earlier than that because it was before the revelations around undercover policing. And I was just so angry and upset that I'd had so much surveillance and intrusion in my life, but that had extended to the point where my child's full name and his date of birth were being recorded on my domestic extremist files. And it's the same here, but this I think must be the source of that information because it was disseminated to the MPOU. And yeah, it is deeply, deeply upsetting. It is deeply wrong. And there are no excuses for it.
How would you respond to this? If it was conceded that your child's name should never have been provided in a report such as this, the tone and the language used to describe the birth of your child should never have been set out in the way it was. But if it was suggested that there was nevertheless a policing purpose in reporting this information, because given your significance in being able to organise protests and demonstrations, that having a child would inevitably have an effect on you, as demonstrated by you referring earlier to when you went out for the Farnborough Air Show, the Grosvenor House protest, being the first time you went out without your child, that you intended to be far more careful and holding back. And so what would you say to the suggestion that, leaving aside the language and the name should never have been provided, there is nevertheless a policing purpose in reporting a significant life event because of the effect that it could have on your ability to organise? What would you say to that suggestion, that justification for this type of reporting?
I would still say it was completely unnecessary. I mean, as I've already talked about, and your framing of the question, I was organising protests. That level of intelligence doesn't need to be collected on people organising protests. And it's not like there's any benevolent purpose in it. It's not like to say, oh, be nice to Emily because she's had a baby. That made no difference. HM3 tried to suggest that in reporting my pregnancy, that, maybe CO11 and the fit teams might have given me a less hard time. That didn't happen. I got pushed in the stomach at a dicey protest when I was legal observing. I got dragged out of a park, was sitting in a park when I was just trying to catch my breath on another protest, and I was deliberately targeted. Like both those times, it was very, very deliberate targeting. So it, you know, like even if, like best case scenario, you could try and attribute some benevolence in looking out for my best interests. It just simply is rubbish. I didn't exist, but there is no need to be reporting on my pregnancy, on the birth of my child. It's just unnecessary.
Could we please take that document down? What I want to ask you about next, it's in relation to Stop the War. And what I want to do is just go through with you one of HN3's reports on Stop the War that mentions you, and then we'll have a look at how that's referred to in his authorisation documents. But let's begin with the report, which is MPS 003-9594. So this is at your tab B56. It's a report from HN3 dated the 10th of November 2004. The Stop the War demonstration, Parliament Square, 10th of November 2004. This evening, Emily Apple will be attending the Stop the War demonstration in central London. It would appear that she is keen to get involved with or initiate some direct action of some sort. She anticipates that she may be arrested. Okay, so in terms of that, do you have any particular observations in relation to the accuracy of what is set out there, bearing in mind that it refers to some direct action, some sort? There's a lack of clarity, but to the extent that it's set out there, is it at least correct?
No, it's not correct at all. I had no intention of doing any direct action on that demo. As I said, like I was trying not to get arrested. My child was still young. I was only a few months after the Farnborough one. I always anticipated that I might be arrested because the police arrested me for not doing anything lots and lots and lots of times. You know, I always felt there was a risk I could be arrested regardless of what I was doing and what my plans were. But I had no plans to actually go and do anything. And I think in one of the later ones it suggests that I was going to go and do some criminal damage, which would have been utterly pointless, and I had no intention of doing whatsoever. And by then, I was very, very disillusioned with the Stop the War demos. I went to them because I lived in London, and I'm a lot softer towards how I felt about some of those things now, because I do think there is value in those big mobilisations and that diversity of tactics. But at the time, I was very sort of disillusioned with them, and I would go to them and I would see people, but I didn't really think. I don't think they were necessarily going to achieve anything, but also they weren't the places that I was going to go and initiate some kind of action at. There just wouldn't have been any point.
So if we just zoom out of that particular section, so again we can see date information obtained at the top, 10th of November, typing dates 10th of November 2004, and we can see the heading Stop the War demonstration, Parliament Square, 10th of November 2004. So just bearing in mind that date, I wonder if we can take that document down, please, and moved to, I want to go to HN3's authorisations. If we go to MPS 0526873, please. So this is at your tab B2. It is a large selection of HN3's authorities. I'd like to go to page 81 in this bundle of documents, please. And if we can just expand the penultimate paragraph, please. So we were just looking at the report, and you can see here what is set out in the authorisation request. Detailed intelligence in relation to Emily Apple, a disarmed DSEI activist, intending to commit an act of criminal damage during the Stop the War demonstration in Parliament Square on the 10th of November 2004, at the start of the Fallujah offensive. As a result of this intelligence, a forward intelligence team was deployed on Apple and criminal damage offences averted. What is your response to reading that in the context of the intelligence report we just looked at, please?
I mean, quite laughable. So firstly, detailed intelligence, unless there's other intelligence, I don't think that report can exactly be described as detailed. We've now got the addition of criminal damage here. And you were asking that question earlier about who bears responsibility with the managers and the undercover officers. I mean, one of the essential questions for the managers is around these authorisation documents, because in so many of them, I'd say virtually all of them that I've seen, and that that are around events that I know about, there are exaggerations and just complete overblowing of what was in those initial intelligence reports. But yeah, I had no intention of going to commit criminal damage during a Stop the War demo. As I said in my statement, I'm very open about, I was involved in acts of criminal damage, but they were very, very targeted. They were, by this stage, covert actions where I was trying not to get caught, and there just would not have been any point in going to a Stop the War demo and committing criminal damage. It was just not something that I would have thought was valuable or useful or would have achieved a political objective. It just wasn't going to happen. And added to the fact of my child being so young still, and that I was trying not to do things that involved sort of risking arrest in that way. But I was certainly targeted by a forward intelligence team. I would very much query whether that was a result of this intelligence, given I was targeted by a forward intelligence team any time I went to any demo in central London whatsoever.
Can you just, in terms of that particular demonstration, do you have, again, some time ago, do you have a recollection of it?
Yeah, I do.
And could you just help us with, because what is set out here is that essentially, thanks to the forward intelligence team, you were prevented from carrying out any criminal damage offences. Can you help us with what that might have been a reference to? Or was there anything in particular where you were stopped from doing anything?
No, the forward intelligence teams are about harassment. As a whole, the forward intelligence teams disrupted, intimidated, and limited our Article 10 and 11 rights to protest, to gather, to assemble. But in terms of specific actions, then no. I mean, I used to get stopped and searched all the time, and I wasn't stopped and searched on this particular event, which would seem a logical thing to do if they'd been told that I was going to commit criminal damage. And what was I going to commit criminal damage with? Surely I must have had something on me. And then they might have had a case, but it's all made up, so they wouldn't have done. I remember them following us, I think, generally, I'm sure it is it's not the bit that I remember from this particular day, but generally I would turn up at something, within a few minutes a forward intelligence team would spot me, I think as Welling said, and stuck to me like glue, and they would follow me throughout the day. On this occasion, I remember we got picked up by a forward intelligence team, we went to the pub for a bit, we left the pub, they kept following us. I remember it being quite an intensive day for fit harassment, but then lots of days were intensive for fit harassment.
When you read documents such as the one we have on screen, does that, in your own mind, explain to you why you received such attention? So, for example, when it says there's, as a result of intelligence provided by the SDS, the forward intelligence team was deployed.
Yeah, absolutely.
Did that, when you read that and similar references, did that make more sense as to why you were targeted by them?
Yeah, definitely. And especially because I said before that the sort of targeted started around 2001 when I first got to know HM3. And they particularly hated me. Like, they had a real hatred of me. Like, I was really targeted more than, like, lots of people were targeted, but I was targeted a lot more than quite a lot of other people. And we used to test them sometimes. We split up, see if they'd follow. They'd always follow me. And in terms of, so there's several points around this. Firstly, when we talk about police violence, we talk about physical violence, and people are rightly very, very upset about physical violence that police officers carry out against people. We don't talk about the mental health impact. We have parity of esteem, supposedly, between physical and mental health, but we never talk about this in terms of policing. So what does it mean? If you're going to say to a police force that they are going to undertake harassment-style policing, which even Jackie Smith, the Home Secretary at the time, admitted that was what forward intelligence policing was about. If you are going to say that you are going to harass someone off the street, what are you saying you are prepared to do to their mental health? If you are prepared to force someone not to attend protests, not to go to meetings, you are saying that you are happy for the police to go and damage people's mental health to the point where they will not exercise their Article 10 and 11 rights. And I think that is a really, really serious point that often gets missed when we're talking about police violence and policing, is that impact of disruption and harassment. I would also say that there is so much evidence now of the links between the forward intelligence teams, CO11 and CO11 intelligence unit, and also with the MPAU, that these units are symbiotic. They do not exist in isolation. That we should be hearing from CO11, we should be hearing from the FIT teams here, because their intelligence, like it was cyclical, the way it all worked. And also they have reports on, we've seen the few criminals that I've exhibited. They've got reports on what these undercover officers were doing from their perspective. But also none of these units exist in isolation. They're all feeding intelligence to each other, and they're all working within that same purpose to disrupt and to harass and to suppress our movements. And with all these documents, and with so many of them, they are showing that very, very clear link between forward intelligence policing and CO11 and the SDS. And I think that really needs to be examined, and CO11 and the forward intelligence teams should also be answering these questions around what this relationship was, how it works, and how they operated together to suppress our right to protest.
Could we please take that document down? I'd like to ask you about Disarm DSCI in 2005. I wonder if you could please put up on screen MPS 0041293. So this is at your tab B64. It is HN3's reporting. The date's not on there, but the inquiry have dated this as 22nd of March 2005. I just want to ask you about the second paragraph. So it begins, the Disarm DSCI group comprises a core group of Emily Apple, Victoria Privacy, Jason Bishop, and Privacy. Now, just pausing there, that description of first there being a core group, but secondly, you and HN3 being in that group, is that accurate? Is that a fair reflection of the reality at the time?
Yeah, definitely. It was a very small group that he was part of, and he was very involved in all our decision-making processes, the direction that the group went in. He was very, very involved.
And in terms of your role, because of course you've seen the references, you being a main organiser, an organiser, how would you define what your role was in relation to that group? Because I think you'd accept that it was a significant role, or would you? The reports refer to me as a leader, not an organiser. I would accept I'm an organiser and not a leader. It's the other way around. I'm certainly an active organiser. I would facilitate meetings. I write stuff. I used to do press work. I used to do, still do,
all sorts of things, but I'm not a leader of anything at all, and I don't want to be. And I've never sought out organisations or positions where I'd be in that leadership role. For me, it's all about trying to break down those power structures. And, you know, like if I've got certain skills in a certain area, I want to teach other people those skills so that they can do them. I want to empower other people to be able to do different things and to be involved in organising. It's never been about leadership.
And just to give an idea, sort of a snapshot in time, so for DSEI in 2005, as part of what you were organising, bearing in mind you have a child at this time, could you just help us with how that affected your activism and what you did in relation to disarm DSEI, but also the police response to that?
I mean, in terms of my organising, I was very clear that I didn't want to stop, and like I might have taken a step back from doing like the direct action and the frontline stuff, but having a child wasn't going to stop how I organised. So I used to take my child to meetings. Before I started walking, it was a lot easier because you just sit breastfeed, and you know, well, there's stuff about you can't do stuff with babies. I found that bit really, really easy. When he started walking, it was a lot harder. I keep getting up and following him around, but. Yeah, I just took him with me to organising meetings and just got on with organising. I went to I took him to his first meeting when he was 2 weeks old.
Now, I'm going to ask if we can put up, it's your Exhibit 29, it's UCPI 38134, tab 830. So I wonder if we can put that up on screen. And just from what you were describing, and in terms of the tone, what are we looking at here?
Yes. Sorry, you asked me what we actually did at Dicey in 2005. It would have been good if we'd asked HN3 about what he did at Dicey 2005, because we didn't mention it at all. So we organised a baby block because I knew other parents, and we thought it would be nice to do a protest with our children at the Excel Centre. So this is what we came up with. I apologise for the diaper, but the alliteration worked.
One of the things you just said was in terms of what HN3 did at Dicey 2005. What did he do that you feel should be made
Well,
clear?
because he was with us for so much of it. So I remember him. So we had a squatted school in East London, and we had a lovely kids room in the school that I stayed in with a couple of other parents, and he was around there a lot. He was there through the protests. He was around on Cat organised a big march, and he attended that march with the woman, Kalinda, who he claimed was his new partner, who'd come over from Holland and came to meet us. He talked about his arrest at the G8, about how she didn't like the fact that he'd been arrested, that was one of the reasons why he had to start not doing as much with us. It was very much part and on edge of his exit strategy. Again, we didn't touch on it at all. And he was around for a lot of it, and he was part of the organising for it. It was where we discovered the spotter card that he wasn't on, and he was there when that was discovered. I remember him being at the squat when people came back and talked about that.
In certain deployments, there has been criticism that the undercover officer has been engaging in public disorder, or maybe encouraging it, or involved to some extent in violence. But as far as HN3 is concerned, in relation to disarm DSEI 2005 in particular, or generally, would you agree that this wasn't an undercover officer who encouraged such behaviour? So he wasn't one of those. What would your reaction be to someone who said, well, this is not someone who's encouraging?
No, he absolutely did. He was very interested. He always said that he was more interested in covert actions, like he was involved in the organising of the public mobilisations. Firstly, I'm saying there isn't disorder. I agree there's no disorder, but if we're talking from policing language of them saying there's a threat for disorder, he was very much involved in organising all of it. But also he was very involved in covert actions. He carried out criminal damage against arms companies. He provided...
I'm going to stop you there because the next series of questions, I'm going to ask if we could please come off the YouTube stream, and this will probably take us up to lunch, so we'll be resuming on YouTube after lunch. We're still transmitting to the webinar, but I wonder if that could please be confirmed before going.